please bring up on screen UCPI 39806. This is Exhibit 36 of Helen Steele's third statement to the inquiry. It's a letter John Dine sent to Helen Steele on Friday, the 17th of January 1992. If we could please just turn to the next page in this document. I'm going to ask if because you are aware from looking at Appendix 1 that many of these letters run to several pages, yes?
Yes, yes.
And so we are not able to go through each of them line by line because of the volume. But can we just look at page 4 of this, please? And maybe if we just have up on screen from page 4. I think we're on page 3 at the moment. Thank you. So we can just go back to page 4, please. So here, I can't take any more disappointments in life, my love. I'm leaving London. All I want to take with me is the love I have for you. I want to put it in a bottle and screw a lid on it tightly. Put it in my inside pocket. This way I can never ever lose it. I can never be hurt again. You're the only person I have left. I can't let you lose you as well, but I've lost hope in life. I'm just not meant to be lucky. I've decided finally, cowardly perhaps, not to risk my feelings for Helen. She has never let me down. And if we continue, please. She has been so kind, so loving, so wonderful to me. Love images I have of her are too beautiful to spoil. If that happened, I don't know what I'd do. Really, I've struggled so many times. I can't struggle anymore. I know that by doing this, I'm hurting you, Hells, and that makes me so sad. So very sad. I don't want to hurt you, Helen. I just can't risk our love. I'm just meant to roam around, Hells. I've decided that's what I have to come to terms with. I got paid off. I wouldn't wish that place on anyone. If you can continue, please. Will you please remember, Helen, that I never lost my love for you, that I've never loved anyone else like I love you, that I never love anyone else again like I love you. I can live with that far easier than you might think. I'm just going to pause there because I would like to take this document down, just move to another letter, which is Helen Steele's Exhibit 44, which is UCPI 39814. And whilst that's being brought up, HN 53, in reading these letters from John Dines, do you accept that that explains why Helen Steele wanted to find him?
Absolutely. That is very, very evident from certainly from that letter and the other comments that I've read.
And if we just in this letter, not all of it, but if we go to the bottom of page 2, please. And we can see written over this one a period of days. So we can see it stops nearly midnight, and then with the black ink, Monday 30th of March, I love you more than anyone I've ever loved anyone, Helen. That's no exaggeration. It's honesty, totally true. Sometimes, I guess, I make little of how I feel. I say that perhaps I'm fine when I'm not, but I think you know that. I don't know how really to start this, and it goes on. I've got a piece of cards and letters from you, and I've gone to the pub, and then says, thanks for all of them, love. You make my efforts seem inadequate, and there are kisses there. Again, if we just scroll to the end of this document, please. We are 3 pages in, but we can see that it continues over a number of pages. And so another example of a long letter professing love. We can see there, I love you, on page 10. Could we take that document down? And it's just one more example I want to refer you to, HN 53. It's Helen Steele's Exhibit 47. Again, this is an 11-page letter that John Dines sent to Helen Steele on the 23rd of April, 1992. Could we please, when we call up UCPI 39817, go to page 7? And we can see there's some wavy lines there, about 3 lines down. It's just that bit of the paragraph. We can see it states this: Hells, I've never been in just a relationship with you. I've only ever been in love with you. Even before we got together, I thought you were someone special. I was right to. I can honestly say you're the closest friend I've ever had. You're far and away the person I've loved most and been closest to. You can take that document down, please. So in terms of, we have just looked at a snapshot of the letters, and of course you're aware now that they had a sexual relationship over an extended period of time. Would you, had you been privy to a fraction of those letters, or had an insight into their true relationship, what steps would you have taken, HN 53?
What, had I been in place? Do you mean in relation to Operation Muscat? Or?
Yes, so for example, in terms of the police officer that you think is in New Zealand,
Yes.
who said it was obvious to him that they had had a sexual relationship, but if that realisation or you had had a hint of even a fraction of any of this, what steps would you have taken in relation to your interaction with HN5 John Dines?
Well, that assessment would have formed part of my, if you like, presentation to the senior management about how we should manage the operation. And there is no doubt that the all of that material that you showed me there is completely inappropriate and so contrary to what a UCO should be dealing with. And it would, I have no doubt, have had a significant impact on how we managed to achieve the objectives of Muscat, if that's what we ultimately wanted to achieve.
If we have a look, please, now at MPS 0011337. And so we have here the file notes, or one of the file notes that you produce in relation to Helen Steele's arrival in New Zealand in December 2002, yes?
Yes, yes.
Now, again, considering your role in the SDS, could you help us with the amount of time and effort that you had to expend in relation to this Operation Muscat? Because, of course, my questions previously were in relation to management of SDS officers and the other DSs, but could you just help us with to what extent Operation Muscat was a distraction to you in terms of your core duties in the SDS?
Well, I think it was in the context of the engagement with Muscat out of the country. It demanded a considerable amount of effort to ensure that the objectives of Operation Muscat were set in place, and that was difficult to do remotely, if you like. As a result of that, the muscat, in addition to other aspects of my work, such as the A and B case and the welfare development and other administrative issues, including the financial, the work that had to go into Operation Muscat was considerable.
If we look at the description of, for example, the work undertaken at the beginning of this document at 1400 53, I was asking you about the work that you did in relation to the Officer A and B litigation. Is it right that the response to that and the work that you were involved in relating to it was known as Operation Magma?
Yes, it was, yes.
I wonder if we can bring up on screen MPS 0723181. So this is a document at your tab B414. It's an Operation Hearn summary of notes that were taken at a meeting with you, and we can see the date of that, the 8th of November 2013. There's an entry in this document, if we can turn to page 3, I wonder if you can shed some light on. It's the top line of page 3. And it states that when I originally checked records for Magma in 2000, very little held on PF Peter Francis. Could you just help us with what that was a reference to? Was it, for example, that there was very little reporting, or it's a note of an interview with you, so it's not verbatim what you said, but those words seem to be in inverted commas. Could you shed some light on what that referred to, please?
Well, I think that what I was doing there on behalf of counsel was to try and identify all documents that related to that individual. And I think very little would, as you say, be a combination of reporting and relevant material in relation to him. And that equally may at that stage have been true of other UCOs who were contemporaries of him at the time.
We can see a couple of lines further down. It says, and it looks as though it's a direct quote from what you said to those in Operation Hearn. Until the advent of the computer systems, the SDS would retain very little that would betray it. That's why it's difficult for you. Could you just help us with what you meant by that in the context of deleting or removing documentation? What were you referring to there? What do you mean?
Well, it's simply a statement of fact that once a UCO had gone, then there was no point in keeping material in that sense, and I think raw material, if there was any, that was the subject of reporting at the time, perhaps wouldn't have been retained, and equally the issue was one of space to store material. If there was, space was very limited, and a mushrooming collection of paper would be impossible to manage and equally insecure.
And what happened to that paperwork?
Well, this is before my time, but I would imagine it would be destroyed unless there was a specific reason for it to be kept within the main Scotland Yard.
And so by your time, beginning as DI October 1998, the SDS computer or computers were well in place by then?
It was coming in. I recall when, or not long after I was moving in, whether we were getting an updated system, but it was the early days of computerized records for the unit.
Now, whilst we have this document on screen, we can see the next sentence relates to the Crane review, and referring to Crane review, our processes were safe. And could you assist us with the Crane review, what it was and what your reaction to it was, please?
Well, this was a review carried out, I believe, in about 2004, 2005, on behalf of Superintendent Tony Fuller, I believe, to examine the workings, the global workings of the unit.
Is it fair to say that you were critical of that review?
I was, and when the review, what a better word, was published, I completed a document which commented on it in detail, and I think, in short, I felt that it was not based on a sufficiently long period of scrutiny to come up with conclusions. It did, and a number of other practical difficulties that I saw with the conclusions that were drawn by the report.
If you could boil down what your gripe was with that Crane review, that what did it get wrong from your experience as a DI in the SDS?
Well, I think the core thing for me probably was that it didn't understand what the unit was there for, and was proposing measures that were significantly were what's the word? Over elaborate in terms of numbers of people involved.
What about the suggestion that you were critical of reviews such as the Crane review because it was suggesting much needed change in the SDS, and you were reluctant to change? That as a criticism, how would you respond to that, please?
Well, I would say that you know, I would need to look at one would need to look at what my objections were to the various areas of the review, and I felt at the time that they were objective objections, if you like.
This inquiry will be hearing evidence from John Boucher in due course, and I just want to put something to you that he set out in his statement, just to give you an opportunity to respond to it. I wonder if we can bring up UCPI 39425. It's John Boucher's witness statement of the 2nd of November 2025. And I wonder if we can turn to page 46. It's paragraph 220 of that statement. Thank you. UCPI 39425, John Boucher's witness statement of the 2nd of November 2025. Perhaps we can deal with it another way. HN53, I'm just going to read to you something that he set out in his statement. I'm just going to ask you to respond to it. So he says this: I have read the HN53 comments of the DS Crane report and would merely offer that the HN53 critique reflects the challenge to change that was required within SO12. HN53 references his 27 years in Special Branch. That is, of itself, officers spending almost the entirety of a policing career in a single command. It is, in my view, a primary reason why Special Branch lost its way as regards complying with legislative and ethical requirements of modern covert policing. DIHN53 is very personally critical of the Crane report and writes that the SDS prides itself on integrity, transparency and professionalism. I do not seek to criticise DIHN53, but I find each of his descriptors for the SDS as fundamentally wrong. Now, I know there's a number of points that are covered in that paragraph, but in terms of to give you an opportunity to respond to that. The suggestion that you were challenging change and looking at the SDS as a unit with integrity, transparency, and professionalism was fundamentally wrong. What would your reaction to that be, please?
Well, I think at the time of writing, those attributes I believed in, without the benefit of the hindsight on some of those issues that we have now. But and equally, I would accept that I think probably for the first time in my life, part of that report I wrote intemperately, certainly I think from memory at the beginning of it. But it was I thought still objective in expressing my disquiet at the review. I was also trying to ensure that I remained objective. But it also came, I think, at a time when there was a significant discomfort within Special Branch with an impending merger of two departments.
I'm just going to pause you there because just on this very topic, it might assist if we would just bring up another document before continuing. Please could we put up MPS 0723181, so your tab B414. MPS 0723181. Could we turn to page 4? Now, can you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs or sentences down? Can you see the amalgamation with SO13 affected everything? It destroyed continuity. And I think that's the point that you were just about to make. Is that correct?
Just in summary, yes.
Well, in relation to that sentence, and we'll deal with the paragraph next, why did the amalgamation with SO13 affect everything?
Well, I suppose for all sorts of reasons, but not least, I felt that the merger would lose the expertise in intelligence which Special Branch had developed over many years, and that would be to the detriment of, in my view, of the resulting conjoined unit. Whether or not that transpired, I don't know, but I think that was at the heart of what I was concerned about, because I think there is a clear partnership, but the partnership I thought worked well with the separation of the units rather than merging and, in my view, perhaps degrading to a certain extent the quality of the work.
You state management style after I left was part of the reason for collapse of the unit. And you go on, it was the first time non-branch had run the unit. I continually asked Frankie Flood and Julian McKinney to read Magma. They weren't interested. So you're critical of the managers that come after, but what was the nature of their management style that you put down as the reason for the collapse of the unit?
Well, I think that's a perception that the senior management of the STS managers, if you like, allowed the unit to collapse. And I think that was a consequence of officers who hadn't understood special branch work taking it over.
If they were to say, or if someone were to put this to you, that you and your fellow managers, that you were, for want of a better word, you're part of the old guard, and that when new people like Frankie Flood and Julian McKinney, when they're in post, sort of the new brooms in the STS, and they see what has been happening for a long time that is wrong, and that the reason that ultimately the STS shut down was that it had lost its way, and that it had become dysfunctional in terms of what the UCOs were doing on a day-to-day basis, and that in terms of, you've described the work that you put into putting psychiatric assessments in place, and all the work that you did in terms of welfare, for example, and your supervision, as you say, the best that you could do. But in terms of the officers, the managers that came after you, what would you say to the criticism that you didn't see the wood for the trees of all the dysfunction in the STS? And so when the new managers do come in, the unit is closed down because they see it with clearer, fresher eyes.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I don't.
An example may help. So, when HN18 was arrested and trying to get into the Excel building, and he was charged, the view that was taken in relation to his arrest was that something had gone extremely wrong. The very fact that it had been allowed, and this is after your time, very fact it reached a stage where he'd been charged, something had gone dramatically wrong. Whereas if you look at the history of the STS, we see a number of officers being arrested, being charged, some giving evidence, and the feedback from management tends to be, well done, he maintained his cover, and this is a good news story because it's going to help their legends even more. So it's that as an example, for example, the attitude to arrests and charge. Oversimplifying it, but the old guard, looking at this as a good means of enhancing an officer's legend, whereas those newer managers looking at it in horror that a court may be misled in any way.
Well, I mean, I don't think I've ever looked at the arrest of a UCO as a what phrase you use, as a badge of honour or a plus mark. It was quite the opposite, but I think it was the management of that was to a greater or lesser extent in the past was manageable, and I'm talking where an arrest is inadvertent and unavoidable, then I think the senior management had the ability to ensure that did not impact on the effectiveness of the unit.
Perhaps if you use another example in your time, do you remember that in relation to J18, so June the 18th, and the involvement of Jim Boyling in the protests in the City of London? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we have heard evidence from Jim Boyling that one of the things that he did was that he came up with the idea of purchasing, and he purchased 4 cars and essentially crashed them at various entrances to the City of London to impede the police. And he described getting a group of people together to drive the various cars. And there was some video footage even of one of the cars there. And so here you have an officer who is very high up in Reclaim the Streets undercover. And he is the one organising the most disruptive aspects of J18. So in terms of here's an officer acting as an agent provocateur, and again in terms of the old guard approach that this is a good thing because it means that no one in RTS is going to suspect Jim Boyling because of his heavy involvement in it. But again, in terms of fresher eyes, again, may look in horror that, well, here's an officer acting as an agent provocateur. His intelligence wasn't taken up by the City of London police. He's contributing to public disorder. He's not doing anything to prevent it.
Yes, I would accept that.
HN53, we are pressed for time. So what I'd like to do is just to cover with you, if I may, just some discrete topics that might not necessarily be related, but I wonder if we can just, in the next few minutes, just cover as many of these points as possible. I wonder if you can just bring up on screen MPS 0040641. Now, you will immediately see that this is a document that is covered in redaction labels for LPP. And we can see the very title of this report in relation to London Animal Action is relating to legal advice. Was there any rule or instruction that was given to UCOs in relation to material that was or may be the subject of legal professional privilege?
I don't remember specifically if there was.
Was there any form that you can recall of a system of quarantine? So, for example, if there is a document or anything that looks as though, well, this is legal advice here, that there was any system of quarantining such material and some sort of review mechanism. Was anything like that in place?
I think I'd say within STS, the answer would be no. Whether within C Squad and Special Branch Registry there was a system like that, I don't know, but I think I could say I don't recall a quarantining system within STS for LPP.
Should there have been?
Well, I think with the benefit of hindsight and what I've seen and the number of times it comes up, I think that would have been a useful holding place system.
Now, the next topic I would like just a yes-no answer to, please. In relation to Mark Jenner, you undertook a particular investigative step which must remain closed. And my question to you is, would you have done that, taken that step, if you had known that Jenner had been lying, for example, in relation to relationship with Alison?
I think, rather as my question previously, I think that would have qualified my.
It's a yes, is it? It's a
yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, you asked.
Thank you. Blacklisting, another topic I'd like to ask you about. please. Were you ever aware of the Economic League? This is a private organisation that compiled and distributed secret blacklists of workers it considered politically subversive, and particularly those associated with trade unions, left-wing politics, or communism. Do you ever recall that organisation, the Economic League?
I was aware of it from public information.
The Consulting Association, so again another sort of secret organisation that operated in the construction industry, and this is in the period between 1993 and 2009, maintaining an illegal blacklist of construction workers, and in many respects taking over from the Economic League. Do you remember the Consulting Association?
No, I don't. That name doesn't ring any bells with me at all.
Were you aware of the role that SDS reports might play in List X vetting? By that I mean the UK government accreditation for private companies. So these are, for example, private companies that mainly in the defence or national security sectors that, you know, if they needed to store classified government information on their premises, that there would be a vetting on something called List X. Does that sound familiar?
I was aware of the List X procedure generally, but not that there was any, if you like, channel or SDS, something between SDS and specifically in relation to List X.
Now, but because of a lot of the blacklisting related to those involved in left-wing politics, the trade union movement, and those in the left-wing and also trade union movement we've seen feature in SDS reports, yes?
I could presume so, yes.
Was there not a danger that all of this reporting that the SDS was creating, that it could end up in one of these blacklists, i.e. that an employer would have access to a list as a result of that? Was there any danger of that? Was that something that you considered as a risk?
No, I didn't, because I relied, I have to use the phrase again, on the integrity of special branch registry and record keeping.
And in terms of that integrity, what safeguards were there as far as you're able to tell us, please?
Well, the material, the bulk of the material was secret, and there were clear guidelines for the retention of that material within special branch.
And are you referring to, for example, we've seen on a number of reports that went, for example, to C Squad that was marked for no further dissemination? Is that?
No. That refers to who might be able to see that report.
And in terms of sharing intelligence with business, to what extent do you recall that was allowed to happen?
None. I don't have any direct knowledge of that.
Could we please turn to MPS 0526805? So this is your tab B269. So this is a composite of a number of authorizations for HN18's deployment. But I'd like to ask you about something that's set out on page 70, please. So this is Common Wheel, which is the code name for HN18. UCO Common Wheel provides useful information on demonstrations, pickets and other events relating to left-wing activity, more especially concerning issues relating to Stop the War, the Palestinian issue and public order activity concerning the ISM. UCO's area of interest also relates to policing events directed at disrupting legitimate business activity. So again, in terms of that reference there, was there a concern, was that something that the SDS took into account, that there may be disruption to legitimate business activities as part of public order policing.
Well, yes, that would be an example of potential public disorder.
And so it goes on. UCO Commonweal provides information on groups who associate with or have contacts to groups in the Middle East whose activities are either unclear or are alleged as being either subversive or terrorist groups. UCO's activity takes her or him into close contact with both foreign and UK nationals whose main aims are overseas, but who could intentionally or otherwise cause serious embarrassment to the UK government. Now, in terms of the reference to the serious embarrassment to the UK government, to what extent was that a concern, i.e. Causing embarrassment, as opposed to public order concerns? Would you consider there's a difference there? Maybe being a bit embarrassed if there are some activists, for example, at an arms fair or the like.
I think that's a consequence of what the activity was, rather than an objective.
Could we take that document down and move to MPS 0042159? Could we turn to page 2, the last paragraph? Thank you. Can you see here, it says, this injunction, if granted, will backfire on the company and will increase the level of protests and harassment against them. Already, members of the disarmed DSEI group are considering actions against EDO. Consideration should be given to the question of what advice to give should the Reed spearhead companies approach the desk as to whether they should follow EDO's lead. Now, in terms of that, did companies, it suggests that companies approach the SDS, the desk, to seek advice on getting injunctions. So consideration should be given to the question of what advice to give should Reed or Spearhead approach the desk as to whether they should follow EDO's lead.
But that really doesn't mean anything to me. I don't understand how they would do that. If the desk refers to C-Squad.
And so your reaction is one of surprise to read. You've obviously seen many reports about the anti-DSEI groups, for example, Disarm DSEI, who carried out protests, for example, at the Excel Exhibition Centre in East London, yes?
Yes.
So in terms of those demonstrations, what would you say to the criticism that what the SDS was doing was essentially reducing people's ability to demonstrate legitimately against arms dealers?
Well, simply that the thrust of the work was to provide intelligence on potential disorder.
If you had your time again as a DI in the SDS, we could send you back to October 1998, knowing what you know now, what steps would you take? And this is in terms of lessons that can be learned for the future. What significant steps would you have taken? What would you have done differently to prevent all the harm that we've heard about? What would you have done to make the SDS an operation that did act with integrity and didn't unduly harm members of the public?
Well, given that the timescales of deployment remain the same, I think one of the clear messages, certainly for me, is that perhaps there was more we could have done in terms of ensuring or trying to ensure that physical relationships with individuals by UCOs didn't happen as far as we could. I think reading that quite distressing document that Helen Steele had, I think that we could have done more, possibly at the conclusion of operations, to ensure that there was very intrusive management of how that was done. But given the way the unit operates, I'm not quite sure what else we could have done in terms of how the operation ran.
So those are my questions, but may we break for 10 minutes to see if there are any additional Rule 10 questions that I have not covered?
Yes, there are one or two questions I have as well, which I will ask after you've asked yours. So, 10 minutes.
please could we call up MPS 004137? HN 53, this is a memorandum dated the 22nd of March 2005 relating to the officer and A and B litigation. And it says summary of development of current procedures for SDS welfare. Could you just help us with what the purpose of this summary document was? But it looks as though it's created by you, it's from you to the Department of Legal Services. Could you help us with why you created it?
Well, I would assume that this was a document prepared at the request of legal services to summarise what that where we were on the development of the counselling.
Were you tasked to put this together to essentially to defend the A and B litigation? Again, just for context, it's the case settled in the following year, 2006, but was that the purpose as you understood it, or were you just simply told, could you please provide a summary of the development of welfare procedures?
Well, I think the title of the document says to me that this was specific to the A and B case. Yes.
We know that HN 43's claim was intimated in 2000. The proceedings were issued in 2002. If someone were to ask, well, why did it take until 2005 to review thoroughly the welfare provisions of the SDS, what would your response to that be, please?
Well, I don't think this was a review. This was a summary of how the procedures had developed and the counselling procedures were in place for a number of years.
And what steps did you take as a result of the litigation?
Specifically in relation to psychiatric counselling?
Yes.
You mean? I don't think there were any specific steps. This clearly there was the facts of the litigation probably accelerated or pushed the development forward. But I think it was an area that we were looking at that was in progress.
In his Officer A statement, Peter Francis stated that he engaged in a number of sexual affairs and that the management knew he was behaving in this way and that they accepted that it was necessary in order for him to credibly continue. So he sets that out in his statement. As a result of that, did you read that part of his statement? Or you indicated earlier you read all of it. You would have been aware of that allegation that he made.
Well, I'm not sure when this statement was written or when I read it.
In 2003, before you ended your role as DI in the SDS, which came to an end in September 2005.
Well, 2003 is after the development of the measures. In specific terms, I believe I read it, but as to whether I read that subsequently during the course of this procedure, I'm not sure.
So you're not clear whether, at the time that you're still a DI in the SDS, not clear whether you did read it?
I'm not. I'm fairly sure I have read it, but when I read it, I'm not clear on whether this is first time reading a document once this process has started.
If you had read it, and that section that he refers to sexual relationships, is it correct that certainly you did not take out any steps to investigate those sexual relationships, or indeed any of your SDS colleagues?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you remember at any point discussing HN 43 and admissions about sexual relationships with Janet Williams?
Not specifically, no.
A different topic, reporting on elected politicians. You set out in your witness statements that your recollection was that it was acceptable to record the presence of a member of parliament at an event, particularly if they addressed the attendees at that event, and that it was also acceptable to record what they said. But you said that the difference was that there was no registry file open on them while they were in office. Is that your evidence?
Yes, that would sum us up, yes.
You also said that you weren't aware that those limitations apply to local councillors. There's a difference. Are you able to help us with why there was a difference in the way in which MPs were dealt with compared to local councillors?
Well, I think this was a policy at a senior level within special branch that spoke directly at members of parliament rather than elected representatives at a lower level.
Was this ever written down in a specific policy document, or was it something that was discussed and passed down by word of mouth, as opposed to this is the policy document of how to address reporting on members of the parliament?
I would assume that it was documented policy somewhere.
I'm going to ask if we could please bring up on screen MPS 0748 100.
and thinks it might emanate from Alison.
Yes.
And he offered an explanation about her being a girlfriend of Metcalfe,
Yes.
and having some concern about his welfare.
Yes.
So at that stage, apart from the fact that the inquiry had been made, that was the explanation you had, and you also then obtained details of the person who had made the telephone call.
Yes.
And you saw that that person, although this isn't shown on the document I've just shown you, but you saw that that person was a private investigator who had previously been employed by Thames Valley Police.
I understand that. I accept that. Yes, sir.
Yes. I mean, you can see the full document in due course, but if I'm jogging your memory now, please say so, and that may make life easier for both of us. If you can't remember... Yeah, sorry, so sorry, I interrupted.
I interrupted you. The last bit didn't ring bells with me, the private investigator. That's the caveat.
Do you recall, subsequent to receiving both of those bits of information, making an application for billing records?
I don't, but it's possible.
Right. You will need to see the application in due course, but it is in very similar terms to that which you made when dealing with boiling.
Yes.
Namely that there were concerns about serious crimes, in this case grievous bodily harm, and this was the only method of getting to the bottom of it. Yes. I paraphrase, but words to that effect. Of course, you must see the whole document, but it begins to look like one of the practices which you undertook, which was to make, on the basis of an application for billing information, assertions about the underlying reason, which were somewhat overstated.
This is an issue after we discussed the other document last week. This is something that I gave great thought to over the weekend, because I answered the questions on the assumption that this is a document that I had authored rather than a document upon which I'd given authorization. I'm still very concerned that I don't remember that, the particular incident, in any great detail, and it's for the reasons that I'd assumed it's my document that I struggled with the answer, which was, I'm sure, quite evident last week. But what came back to me is that the usual procedure in the office in this kind of case would be for the relevant DS to prepare the application, including the intelligence case, and then present that to the DCI or DI for signature, and then from memory, counter signature from a superintendent. I think that was the case, but I'm not sure about that bit. As a general rule, it wasn't usual practice for the DI or the DCI to prepare these applications as opposed to sign them, unless it was something that we were, the two of us were directly involved in. In the case of the document previously, and without having seen this one, it may be the same. I didn't have the detailed day-to-day knowledge that the DSs had, so it really seemed more probable to me, having given it a great deal of thought, that this may be what happened here. Again, I'm talking about the previous document from last week. I can't really add any clarity to the provenance of the intelligence, but it would, on the basis, excluding the obvious errors that you highlighted on the offences, but it would have been at the time sufficient to convince me that the threat was serious and warranted the measures being asked for.
So your explanation is that neither of the two billing requests that I've asked you about may have been formulated by you on the basis of information that you had, but may have been simply signed by you on the basis of information provided by one of the detective sergeants.
Yes, because that was the standard practice. It was the expertise of the individual sergeant who knew the detail and background of the officer that they were dealing with to formulate the document, and then for that to be signed. I'm fairly sure that was the system that we adopted.
Right. Well, thank you for that explanation. In due course, you will see the original documents and be able to reflect upon them.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry you've had a lengthy day today. I'm afraid inevitably, it being the last day of open evidence from those in the SDS that we're having in this part of the proceedings, that something was bound to go wrong. And it has done in spades.
I do understand.
Thank you. That concludes proceedings for today.
I'm afraid there's. I'm just being told there's an application for specific questions to be put to this witness. I'm afraid I've just been alerted to that, and before.
Well, forgive me. Would you bear with us a little longer? Is there going to be any re-examination, Mr. Sanders? No. So there may be one further question. I don't know what it is.
I understand.
So may I have a moment, because if the so I'm asked if temporarily HN53 can be taken off screen, so counsel can enter the room and address you, sir.
Very well.
Sorry.
Perhaps if we can confirm that now that it's been taken off the screen.